There's a raid. We just started. There's nobody here. Nobody's doing anything yet. What is going on? What is going on? Why would anybody be watching Twitch.tv on a Sunday? Wouldn't you rather be out in the world wearing a mask and worrying about getting a virus from people? Or something like that? Co-raid. How does one do a co-raid? How does that work? Is it like one person has the melee weapons in the front and the other person is like sniping from the back? Like, how does that work? Well, possibly some organic non-raid viewers will show up as well. And that'll be good times. I am just here working on programming, as often happens. As often happens. All right. I'm going to close my YouTube interview that I was watching so that we have fewer windows up. Close that. Close that. Okay. Well, maybe that worked. Did we make a release build? Yes. It appears to have worked. Oh, except no. I forgot something. Okay, let's do some debugs so we catch assertions, because I have a feeling there would have been some there. Like right there. Okay, because we're setting inserter scope, but we're adding the inserter to the wrong scope. See, you gotta... You've got to like actually, okay. What? I can't do this simple thing. Oh, well, look. This has to look. Okay, today is finally. Oh my gosh, people. Going on. So like glad you enjoy the streams. Those were the days. It is true. Those were the days. However, there are always more days. Even if we blow up the Earth, there will be more days. We just won't be there to see them. Okay. I have successfully done a relatively simple task. Congratulations, me. Which means the next step. So yesterday we were all building out this functionality and making sure it works and is more general than the old thing. Now the old thing is still in there and our code still uses the old thing. So we want to replace the old thing with the new thing. So we need to start replacing portions of code that do it the old way. And then also we want to build in a thing that auto converts the old thing to the new thing for at least the next compiler release. Anyway. You woke up this morning excited to finish last night's VOD. Well, joke's on you. Good tea. All right. There was some politics in there, yeah, and I tend to delete those. Okay. Well, we'll commit that. That's another progress. All right. Let's try replacing an old thing. I guess we aren't using it that much in the game. We're really not using it that much. Good. Oh, but in the examples, we're using it a ton. Yeah. Let's try looking at those. Now the problem that I have see, I want to change this from this. I want to get rid of this run and insert thing. That's going to be deprecated. The problem is I want to do like this. And the problem is I cannot do that because by default, run with a block like this doesn't so when you do a run right now, the return type is the type of the expression on the right, which if it's braces is void. But we actually want to have this shorthand where you can just make this thing and return a string, or in fact return syntax tree. That's like the new thing that we want to enable through all these changes. So we have almost replaced this functionality, but we haven't. There's this little roadblock here of, should I do something different? Like if you say run and an open brace, should I let you have return statements in there? And then we have to type check those somehow. Or should I make people factor it out? We could do that for now. We could do this. Like I could do this. I'll just put it up there to be. So if we make the return type explicit, okay. Tests, language test type parameters. No, standard. All right. Didn't really like that. Well, maybe I should reproduce this in a simpler context, because I'm not sure why that is not working. So I guess we could just make a simple case of this and just see if it works or not. See if it has to do with the polymorphism that's messing it up, or what. Okay. Okay, so we make it very simple with one of these in there. Oh, this is insert run, sorry. not run insert. Okay. We did not use semicolons every day. Struct instantiate is a missing argument. Okay. It didn't actually work because we didn't get X in there. Wait, we didn't get Y either? Hold on. That might just be idiosyncrasy of print. No, we got them both. Okay. When we print out a polymorph, I guess we don't correctly print the members or something. Okay. Next. So what is the difference between this one and the other one? Well, one of them is it was calling a function. Like that. Okay. I know what the problem is. So the problem is, I don't know what the solution is for this. This is again a problem that I was not expecting to have today. The problem is, okay, this run gets queued as a separate compilation unit because it's in Datascope, and that's just what we do for those. It's worth revisiting at some point if that is necessary, but that's how it works. Now then this thing, because it's a statement at Datascope, has its own doodad. Its own compilation unit. Now the problem is when you're going to look up an identifier in a scope, we ask, are you able to do that? Or do we need to wait because more stuff might get inserted? And we have an exception to that where, like, look, if you're inside your own insert, you don't wait on your own insert to complete to add names. You just go ahead and use names that are available. Now, because this is a different compilation unit, we don't exactly know it's inside this, which kind of sucks. And so maybe we need to preserve that relationship. And say, hey, if you're anywhere inside, then etc. So I can definitely see this is part of a bigger problem, which is a part of the language semantics that I haven't exactly worked out completely, which is like, what is the deal? What is the deal with airplane food? What is the deal with waiting for inserters and when people can go? And it's a little bit ad hoc right now. Can you tag a procedure as compile time only? Yes, but that would not solve this problem. Would not solve this problem. Is this a good time to ask questions on how you implemented some things? Sure. Why not? Could you chain, insert, and run into long chains? Sure, why not? Why not? Don't read that primer. It's wrong. Do not read it. Okay. So I just want to think for a minute and see if I can come up with anything else. What you kind of want to know is, I mean, yeah, like the programmer shouldn't have to know that this is a separate compilation unit or not. And in fact, ideally, in the long term, we'd like the compiler to be free to like not make this be a compilation unit and maybe fragment it if it has to. So what we really just want is like, look, this is inside this insert lexically. So you should not wait on inserters. That kind of makes sense to me. And of course, the problem is we don't exactly have that relationship. And the problem is maybe error prone to add it, maybe not. Maybe we just add an extra function to queue for resolve. And just you always have to pass it. And some people will pass null. And some people will pass the outer doodatter. That sounds kind of reasonable to me. Do I have an algorithms book? No. No, I don't. I mean, I do, but I don't use them. What's the point of this stuff? Computers. Make insert run its own keyword. No, we're doing the opposite of that. We're doing the exact opposite. There was a thing that was its own keyword and its own separate implementation, and we're getting rid of that. Then the compiler would have to know what can be compiled at compile time. Everything is compiled at compile time. What do you mean? That sentence doesn't make sense. You use hash tables to find identifiers within local and global scopes. Did you use arrays instead or a combination? We use an array if it's small. Once it grows beyond a certain size, then we compute a hash table for it. Did I follow languages some of which copied what I do. No. Why? Why would I? Like, I mean, yeah. Don't engage the rabbit hole. That's a good idea. That is a good idea. I'm not going to rant right now. I'm not going to rant. Not going to rant. Do I have my own hash table implementation? Yeah, it's copied from one of Sean Barrett's with a few modifications that I made. Oh my God, that's a lot of calls. But they're mostly in the same file, in the same place. Let's do this cleanup. When we get rid of force infer stuff, I think we still do a little bit of that. Maybe not. Right. Let's try this. We're going a bit out of the way to clean up some things we did not expect to work on. How did I approach multi-threading when resolving expressions? We don't multi-thread. Why tea over coffee? Because coffee tastes bad. Tabs versus spaces. Tabs are stupid because they're underspecified, so don't ever use them. Array to hash table in place, comma, interested, question mark. I don't know what that means. Probably not interested, no. Would I consider making my own linter as a... Linters... It is not the compilation model of this programming language that there is a linter that is authoritative. I've given many presentations on what the alternative method is. All right, for validating your code. Yeah, no, I didn't mean it's It's not actually that I was mad at the question. It's more that like people keep asking this lately. There's a weird thing that happens where some questions get really trendy. Like literally every stream for the past week, somebody has asked about linters, and I'm just like, I don't understand. Why this is the trendy question? Maybe people got tired of asking about ECS. I don't know. Did somebody like release a new JavaScript linter lately, and so people are thinking about that or whatever? So the whole way that this language is designed is that you can write your own metaprogram that can check your program for whatever you want to check it for that wouldn't even make sense for other people to check it for. So you could say that that's a linter. I don't like the word linter because it has different connotations, but you can make your own house rules for what your coding rules should be and have them be automatically checked. And it's much better than having a generalized linter because you don't have to agree with anybody else about what's the right way to program. But like also the reason it's a frustrating question is because it's assuming that all of these programming languages that you want to run your linter on are underspecified in terms of not catching things that you shouldn't do. And that's just a really dumb legacy of C and C++ mostly. Like C can be forgiven for that because it was an early programming language. C++ has no excuse because it's been worked on for so long. But like warning culture is broken to me. Like I don't think you should be in the business of having a bunch of warnings. Unless they're your own personal style warnings, right? It's complicated. Maybe in the end I need to do a talk about this. Because this the other reason it's a frustrating question is because it's difficult to explain the answer, and it's a long answer and it takes a lot of energy, and like that's why I don't ever do the whole answer because it's complicated. That's all. I know I looked like I had a very theatrical reaction to the question, but it's just that I don't know how to deal with this question and it keeps coming up. Like the question bothers me because it feels like it comes from JavaScript kind of. And like my answer with JavaScript is just throw JavaScript in the trash. Like don't base any of your decisions on how things are done in JavaScript. It means you can have a single data type for small lookup, then just add an index to turn it into a hash table when it gets larger. But you're going to have to resize the hash table anyway. So like you only save not resizing it one time, which doesn't sound that worth it to me. I mean, maybe it would be in reality. I don't know. I mean, unless there's something crazy about that prevents you from having to change anything when you resize it. I got to bring back the stream troll titles. Yeah, we might do that at some point. If I do, it'll have to involve the phrase from scratch, though. Next time. Where linter is needed sometime, for example, embedded microcontroller stuff with no operating system, you need a way to specify how the stuff is mapped in memory. That's a linker, not a linter. Those are two different things. You've one letter off. Linter ECS from scratch. You need to add integer index array, but data never gets resized. It's just not clear to me how that would work. didn't even know what linter is? That's because you program in a strongly typed programming language. Why not keyword for special cases? Am I supposed to know what that question means? How about code formatting like Go format? No. 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 How do I feel about warning about unused variables? No. No. That's the worst idea. I don't know why people think that's a good idea. It's a terrible idea. What do I expect might be the hipster new thing people start asking me about now that ECS is fading into the sunset? I mean, it's got to be something with GPT-3, right? Why do kettles still run too loud? Because they want you to feel like your kettle's working hard for you and is worth the money. No, we don't automatically deref pointers generally. Only in cases where you're doing a dereference, although we might add one or two other cases. You actually find unused variable warnings very helpful, especially when you're refactoring something. Then you don't very often do things where you have a lot of compile time configuration parameters and or comment out some procedure calls or whatever while you're debugging things. Like, it's just natural to have unused variables sometimes if you have like if the equivalent of if defs in your program, right? And like, it's just natural to comment out some code for this week and be like, I want to come back to this later. And you don't want to have to do the extra work of chasing down all the variables. I don't think that's very useful. It just makes you do more tedious things. Can we create structs on the fly? Yes. Warnings during debugging are fine as long as you know what to expect. But I'm not necessarily talking about debugging. I'm talking about like through development. Like, look, maybe on one platform we're rendering using one graphics API, and on another platform we're rendering on another graphics API. And the last thing I need is to have to go do a bunch of weird housekeeping so that we don't get warnings when we use one of the APIs that isn't using the variable that's only needed by the other one or whatever. Like, I just, life is too short for that stuff. Now, if it was in a different form, then maybe I'm okay with it. Like, for example, if it got outputted invisibly to like your code analysis file, and then your editor can load it, and it just, you hit F8 and you go into a mode where you show the unused variables, then like it's less objectionable, I guess. Like there's different ways of doing things that are better or worse, I think. Yeah, body text is not actually the way that that's done anymore. That's been deprecated, and the way that you do it now is with this insert stuff that we're doing. But yes, you absolutely can do that. How good would this be for things other than game development? Very good, it would be. Okay. So I guess I'm going to do this. And we'll see what happens. It's a little bit scary, but you know what? It is currently a hole in like I said, we sort of have this larger semantic problem of how do we deal with these inserters? And so insert directive that you see that we're working on is not the only inserter. Things like an import, things like a using, all of these can insert names into a namespace. And so they're all classified as inserters. And we have to deal with all of them. In some way. What do I think should be taught in a programming language design class? I don't know. I sort of feel like you shouldn't have that in undergrad at all at this point, if you mean undergrad, because I think you need really a lot of experience using programming languages before you should try to design one, because it's very easy, if you're new to programming, to get excited by simple things that are just like shiny baubles. Like what you really want is stuff that really saves effort or that is really generally interesting and is not a tiny gimmick, right? And the way that, or one way that, one of the prerequisites, let's say, is to have actually done some serious programming, which undergrads mostly haven't. What do I think is impressive or admirable for a programmer to do? Something that most programmers cannot do. Whatever that is. Then that'll work. Demonstrate knowledge of the variable. Yeah, if you could do that, let me know. Is the difficulties because inserters are unhygienic? No, it's a very simple thing where inserters often are referring to some variables somewhere in order to do their thing. Like here, we want to call generate string, right? But like if you don't know, it's a combination of not knowing what names other things are going to insert and the fact that if it's a function overload, you actually, to correctly resolve overloads, you actually need to collect all of them, right? Like the way that you resolve a function overload is you get everything by that name all the way to the root of all your namespaces, right? And then you look at what you're trying to call and you see which functions could be callable with the parameters that you gave, and then which one is the closest match, in fact, right? So if one requires a cast, an implicit cast, and the other one doesn't, you call the one that doesn't. If one has default arguments and another one doesn't, you call the one that doesn't, right? Overloading is a pain in the butt, right? And so you can get into a case where nobody really knows if they can go. You know what I mean? But that's relatively rare. Like, I don't think this has been a problem for people in reality yet, but it will be. And I definitely can make it happen pretty straightforwardly if I'm trying. Would making a language while in high school make me proud? If it was good, yes. Or if it was interesting or cool or just had some idea that you don't see usually, then yeah. Like if you can make a programming language that puts pure unfiltered honey from Lover's Lane Farm into some tea, that would be pretty good. I don't know how to do that. Do I think this language could replace C? It's unlikely because, like, look, no language has replaced Fortran. No language has replaced COBOL. Like, those things exist. They still have people who use them. They still have domains where they're the primary language in use, mainly for historical reasons. And C has a much broader reach than either of those in the contemporary world. And so you should expect a situation like that. Could it replace C for writing new software in new domains? Yes, but that's already mostly happened. Like, not that many people program in C, numerically speaking. How do you survive in a job market where everybody is convinced that using hundreds of OOP libraries is a must, and knowing how computers actually work can be regarded as being delusional? You do not work for those people. You find somewhere to work that is good, and where you can actually build reasonable programming skills. Have you ever played around programming VGA on MS-DOS? I don't think so. I might have done that very, very briefly, but probably not. Do I think this would be a suitable language for writing an operating system? Yes. Much more suitable than something like Go. Could this be as efficient as C for embedded stuff? Yes. Any suggestions on where to do an internship? I don't really know. I don't keep tabs on that kind of thing. You were once called irresponsible for starting a new project in C. How do I feel about that? Well, what were they saying that you should have used instead? Like, C is honestly not that good of a programming language. The problem is that everything else is worse in some way. Can you intern for compiler development? What I really need right now is someone who can crank on this and do a really good job. We don't need interns on this. It would be counterproductive right now. Wouldn't you need to be able to specify hard locations for data in some embedded systems? I mean, you can do that by just assigning a pointer to a numerical value. Like, that's not a challenge. What about globals? Do you mean where does your global memory live? Like, that's just an option that you pass to link stuff. We don't provide that yet, but like, that's literally probably an hour to add, like if I knew what the thing was. Okay. So I guess I'm just going to do this, and we're going to see how it goes. It could go badly. There's definitely a lot of calls that we need to deal with, but that's okay. So this is the struct queued that represents a particular compilation unit. And we'll put this here. Lexically outer queued, used for determining whether we need to block on a particular inserter or not. Okay. So now we go here and we say, all right, put that. All right, now we just have to replace every single call to this. Easy. Okay. I'll just start doing it one file at a time. Let's start with the smaller files. I put a semicolon where I shouldn't have. That's what happens when you use semicolons every day. Boom. And we'll just look at the bottom of the error pile and just fix errors from the bottom. Preload. Here, this isn't doesn't have anything lexically outside it, so that's going to be a null. Be live already. That's it. All right. Okay. Struct has gone live. Oh, what a butt pain. Okay, so here that's fine. But we need to know what to put here. Common go lives. Make statement be live in Datascope. So we could just pass in the outer compilation unit, like here, or places like this, right? You know, I feel like we might be doing this in the wrong order. This approach may not work. Actually, no, it would. It would work. It would work. All right, let's just start. We need to know who's the outer. Who's the outer? Who's the outer? And all these has gone live. Read this. All right, and then we need here to pass that. Now, still nobody is ever passing this in. So that's a thing. This is a problem. So make Datascope be live. It needs to know the outer. All right. Probably missing several things there. Okay, so now make Datascope be live needs to use its. So we're going to still have lots of problems of people calling these functions from other files and not having been updated and whatever. This is one of those changes where you gotta change the changes. That one though, that one, okay. Let's just see what's the damage. That's not too bad. Did I learn compilers in school? Yeah, to an extent, but I did a lot of my learning about compilers just in my own independent projects, but I did have some compiler classes at school. What exactly is the reason for the @type :message syntax, comment syntax? Yeah, it's just for me to search for. What is my stance in games being released exclusively on Epic Game Store? I think Tim Sweeney is evil and horrible, and Gabe at Valve is really good, and Steam is the best place for games. Even though when Steam was first released, it was done in a very anti-competitive manner, where you were forced to install Steam in order to play Half-Life 2 and Orange Box and stuff. But I'm too young to know that because I just grew up on Reddit in the 2010s. So I think the Epic Store is terrible and bad, and they didn't put the dance that I want into Fortnite, and that makes me really mad. And it's just terrible. And gamers have power. We as the gamers should band together with power and tell Tim Sweeney that he's a mean person and that he's damaging the video games with his capitalism. That's what I think. No, okay, here's what I really think about it, which is the following. Look, it's hard to be an independent game developer. It's very easy to go out of business. It's very hard to make games that you want to make, and it's especially hard to put the work in to finish them before you run out of money or whatever. And so as an independent developer, I think most of us really enjoy options. For example, the option to sign a deal with a storefront that guarantees income before the game comes out, right? That means you can provide securely for the employment for people who work for you. It means you don't have to worry about running out of money and starving and so forth, right? And so having the option to take that deal is good for developers, right? And that means that you get more games that are of higher quality, all right? Now, I understand the viewpoint that this takes choice away from people in a way because they don't get to buy the game where they want to buy it from, right? Well, that's true. But the thing you have to realize is that, actually in the long term, it's good because competition between storefronts is good and will lead to a better situation for everybody who plays games. All right. So A, there's that. And then B, if developers go out of business, they're not going to be making games for you to buy on any store, right? So something that helps keep developers in business or helps them be able to build games securely is helpful. And it can seem like it's giving you less choice, and in some cases it does, but actually also it gives you more choice because it gives you games that wouldn't exist otherwise. That is what I think. When was the last time I was impressed with a piece of software? Doom was pretty impressive. Legacy or the reboot? The Legacy. So I mean Doom on the Windows Task Manager. That is not impressive in quite the same way that I mean, but, you know, Quake wasn't bad. That's true. Quake was impressive as well. Right? Quake is 1996. So maybe 1996. Wasn't Crysis impressive? I mean, not exactly, no, because it's not like it was doing something that can't really be done. It was just like, well, they managed to put together a game that looks really good. Some of that is engine horsepower, but a lot of it is just like art direction and art production and things like that. What other jobs like games engine design require performant code? I don't know. Portal was pretty impressive, not programming wise. Portal was impressive a little bit design wise and comedy writing wise, but games had done portals for many, many years before Portal. Like Unreal Engine 1 had portals in it that you could just instantiate and use. It's like not a new idea. Half-Life 2 was pretty revolutionary. Again, I think Half-Life 2 was a pretty big deal in terms of a complete game being put together, being impressive. But like, was the actual code impressive? I don't know because I haven't seen it. But it's not like when I played Half-Life 2, I was like, how the hell did they do this? Or I had no idea computers could do this. Which is how I felt when I saw Doom for the first time. I was like, I didn't even know this was possible, right? Half-Life 2 was more like, wow, this is a really impressive game. Like they've really put together a really big game that looks good and creates an environment that's really strong. You thought AlphaGo was impressive. Yeah, I mean, some of the recent AI stuff is impressive in a different way, right? Yeah. Is Handmade Hero impressive so far? I haven't seen most of Handmade Hero, but also like Handmade Hero is not Casey trying to develop cutting edge technology. It's building a game from the ground up, right? That's a different thing. Handmade Hero is not trying to be technologically impressive. What are my thoughts on Sony's Dreams? I actually, because my PS4 is kind of in storage right now, I haven't actually played it. And I feel like I should. That's like one of the main things on PS4. Why doesn't K=1 exist? Because without that, Visual Studio is too stupid to show me what I want to see in the debugger. What about modern computer vision or language modeling? Okay, let's get back to programming. We'll start here, but there's going to be other stuff. I can almost guarantee we're going to have linker errors. That. We'll do that one last. Make Datascope be live. Okay, this is going to be removed eventually, so we're just going to do null because we don't care. Oh, this already has outer queued. Great. Interesting. Okay. Do loads get queued? No. So we're back to be live. Yeah, GPUs are not really made for compiling things. It would be challenging to accelerate your compiler with a GPU unless the compiler was already pretty slow. Okay, now we're up to the link error phase, where we have duplicate prototypes for struct has gone live and expression has gone live. Whoops. We're going to have to modify struct has gone live. Because this is optional and this isn't. Except it's actually fine, all right? Struct has gone live. What are my thoughts on functional programming? I mean, functional programming is mildly interesting, but it is not the panacea that everybody thinks it is. And often in the process of making your code functional, you're actually obfuscating it, because most of the jobs that we actually want to do involve manipulating state. And if you pretend that's not true, you make your program slow and hard to understand. Okay. Now we've got expression has gone live, same problem. There's a prototype for it that is no longer valid. It is this one. All right. Now everyone who calls it is going to be upset. Okay, this is, let's just go there in an actual editor. Okay, this is a struct that is I guess we just say type or get current queued, right? Like that. Cool. Well, if we have done all this and managed not to break anything, then that's great. That's a null. That's a null. That's a null. That's a null. Great. Did I find shrdlu impressive? It seemed impressive when I was in school, but honestly, by the standards of actual science, you have to assume that maybe shrdlu was a little bit fraudulent. And I say that not knowing any of the people involved. But the fact that it was never demonstrated to work as well again as it did in that transcript, and supposedly it only worked that well because of like secret, Lisp bytecode level patches that he did, and the source code wasn't preserved, and like all these things. It's like, come on, really? Like if this was actual software that was actually that impressive and actually worked that well, it A, would have been preserved, and B, would have been improved on in the decades since. And that didn't happen. And so I kind of feel like Shardloo was a scam. Like either some combination of faking results or, just tiptoeing around things that didn't work and just making a very specific set of things work, which is not honestly that impressive. Right? And so maybe the reason the source code wasn't preserved is because if it was, you would see that it was actually just a bunch of if statements to respond to exactly what the guy typed, right? So I don't, and that's not, I don't wish to make an actual accusation there. It's just, it's fishy. And the fact that nobody's ever said that it was fishy that I've seen is a little weird given the circumstances surrounding that. Again, this was long before my time, so I don't actually know anything about it. But I remember being really impressed by that when I was in my AI class in college. And then the more I thought about it later, I was like, wait a minute, really? Really? Yeah. Okay. I hope I didn't break anything. I doubt it. I sort of feel like there's a good chance this will all work. It's just, nope. Whoops. It looks like something simple. So we're saying request to go hot. And it's saying this thing was already gone hot. I don't feel like we changed anything like that. Why are we requesting to go hot twice? Oh, because, okay. Because somebody, C++ is implicitly casting this pointer as a bool for one of these. Ugh. All right, outer. Nope, this one's wrong. I accidentally did 2 passes. I don't think that's the problem, but that one was wrong. Okay, this one's wrong. Like, why is that even compiling C++? Okay, several here that are wrong. If only we had Shardaloo, it would have fixed that for us. How long has this been in development? Since the late part of 2014. So we're not quite at 6 years, but we're getting there. Because we're all about producing things fast. Fast, fast, fast. We're all about doing the minimum amount that you need to do to like get your frickin' thing shipped, and then you get the hell out of there. All right, this is just an Emacs turd file that is polluting. We should maybe ignore those, but yeah. To ship it and then just run. Don't look back. That's right. Patch is welcome. Okay, guys. I have got here with me an unopened bag of Harney & Sons Hot Cinnamon Spice Tea. Okay, this is the file that I modified, so we don't actually expect that to work yet. So let's go back. Let's just revert that for now. We're going to have chai. I'm just not hungry enough to have a big milk yet, but we're going to have chai. Oh, it smells so good. Take a look. Take a look. Can you see? All right. This is happening. I'm just letting the water boil there. Smell streaming tech. Someone please, we need it. I don't think you need it because some of these streamers probably have smells going on in their room. Feeling the COVID blues today. Any recommendations for a good movie? Doesn't have to be recent. What do you consider good? What kind of movie, broadly speaking, are you interested in? You find Shardaloo downright believable compared to Eurisco. I do not remember Eurisco. Maybe they didn't teach it at Berkeley because it was suspect. Wait, wasn't that guy in Deep Space Nine or something? Eurisco. There's a discovery system written by Doug Lynott. Is that the same guy as the Shardaloo guy? The name's familiar. Mentally challenging, comma, stimulating. Have you seen Primer? Or Upstream Color? I think I just realized this is the same as the spice tea that they used to have at Borderlands that I would order all the time. I'm not positive, but maybe. Okay. I'm not sure what braid thing you saw, but there is somewhere, I don't think it's in the tests, but we made like a little braid replacement launcher box that just would pop up when you start the game. We never actually shipped that though. It was just an example. Oh, yeah. It's the launcher box thing that we never really released. Okay. All right. I guess I want to check this in. Let's make sure. Oh, we did run the game. Let's make sure it works still. Let's make sure it didn't die in the last 5 minutes while I was making tea. Boom. Okay. So cues get a pointer to their lexically outer cube and not be ultimately need. Okay. So this will not. Whoops. Okay. Gonna put that down there. Okay. Okay. So this still, we're not actually using the thing that I just did to do anything yet. So if we try to build our program here, it's still not going to work. So now we have to do the scary part that may not work after all this, which is so okay, so we're going to do this loop where we look over every inserter and like resolving outer or null is scary as me. Anyway, we'll do that. So this inserter is not even, there can be pathologies related to this, but we're not going to think too hard about it. We're just going to say we want should ignore inserter. All right. Whoops. We'll do that. And if true and true. So if anyone in our lexical stack, oh gosh, I should have poured the tea a while ago. If anyone in our lexical stack is the guy, then it is what it is. See how this tea is. Oh my God, it's just like I'm back at Borderlands. I didn't even realize this was the same tea. So this is a tea that I bought in bagged form, and the bagged form is just a little weaker. I guess because there isn't enough in the bag. It's so good. It's so good. All right. Next is not insert, wait. What is it called? Next inserter. Should ignore inserter. Not all control paths return a value. Well, we don't have to do this. Okay, well, now we're like infinite looping or something because I was stupid. Because I didn't break. See, if you can just fix that without running a debugger, you save yourself a lot of time. All right, so we didn't actually solve the problem, annoyingly, which sucks. The tea was Harney and Sons cinnamon spiced. Let me see. Harney and Sons hot cinnamon spice. It is so good. It is better than the bag form. The loose leaf form is real good. Real good. Is 10 years programming experience enough to be considered senior? Dude, a lot of these web companies call people senior after 18 months. It doesn't mean anything. Is it a type of chai? I mean, chai just means tea in India. I would not qualify it as chai for the purposes of the title of this stream, because what's going on there is we're actually going to make a milk festival chai like we haven't done since I moved my layout here. You usually drink Persian cardamom black tea. Yeah, that sounds good too. No, this one's good. It says ingredients are black tea, orange peel, N and A flavors, which I don't know what N and A means, ground cinnamon and ground cloves. Natural and artificial flavors. Aha. Great. That's so great that some of the flavors are natural. You wish you liked tea. Liking tea is a lot better than liking wine. I'll tell you that. Wine is really some bullshit. All right. Yeah, for me, wine is nasty. I have some kind of taste bud thing where almost all wine just tastes bitter and terrible. But here's the thing. So on the one hand, that means I don't taste what the actual authentic wine connoisseurs taste when they taste wine, right? Because it's all just nasty to me. But I'm pretty sure this is not that rare of a thing. Like, you know how some people, for example, think cilantro is really nasty and things like that? I like cilantro, but some people think it's really nasty. It's like 5 or 10 or 15% of people think cilantro is nasty, right? I think this wine thing is in the same neighborhood, right? It may even be 20% of people. I don't know. So the thing is, because wine is associated with being sophisticated, I bet a good 10 or 15% of people are just pretending to like wine and think it's think it's all good and that they're all sophisticated and classy, and it's actually nasty to them, right? I could almost guarantee that that's happening. Cilantro tastes like soap. Yeah, so you have that same taste configuration. Where for me, I like cilantro. It's great. Never met a person who didn't like wine? You have now. I do not like wine. Generally speaking. I've had one or two wines that I liked, but it's very, very, very rare. And that goes for actually most alcohols are just kind of nasty to me. There are a few that I like, but most of them I'm just like, why would you drink this? It doesn't make any sense. You don't like chocolate? Oh my God. Your guess is that people start to like it eventually? I don't know. I have drank wine for many years on and off. I mean, not regularly, but like I'd go on a date to a wine bar or something, and it's still nasty. Which ones do I like? I don't remember. I had a wine a few years ago that was really good, and I tried to remember what it was, and I just forgot. It was something from Santa Barbara, but that doesn't tell you very much. Yeah, I also don't like beer. I don't understand why people pretend to like beer. Do I like black licorice? Yes. Wine makes food taste better in some cases. Yeah, but that's not worth it if the wine itself is nasty. Salty licorice is like less good, but I could do it. I could do me some salty licorice. Oh man, I've finally discovered what the tea was from Borderlands. Do I like absinthe prepared in the traditional way? I've never really had that. I don't really like absinthe like straight, but maybe if you put enough sugar and whatever else goes in it, then maybe. Since we're talking about alcohol, maybe we don't just make a chai tonight. Maybe we make a chartreuse tonight. That could be on the menu. Single malt, ew. Whiskey sours with egg whites. I've never had that, but like in general, whiskey drinks, no. In general, whiskey drinks, no. Okay, so this didn't go. And I think it's because generate string is not completing, but I don't actually know. So I think the next step is to start stepping through this. I'm going to put this down a little bit. Actually, let me just, if I take out these print statements and we don't import basic, then we get a lot less in the way of false positive breakpoints. This might be a better thing to debug. Let's see. Procedure, line 8. That's the anonymous procedure generated by the run. Depends on the insert on line 8. Really? That doesn't seem good. Maybe that's just there because it's the inserter. Let's look at the thing that prints this out, because that might not be paying attention. I don't think so. Let's just take a look. First, we have to run the actual right thing. All right. Lambda body yielded on this expression on this insert. Really? Let's see where that happens. All right. Let's assume it's here. Hope I did that right. Let's see. Bam. Okay, right. So we're trying to collect overloads. Oh, collect overloads doesn't do the thing. That's a different loop than the identifier lookup loop. Okay. See, this thing is going to look for inserters as well. What was the thing that we just called? Should ignore inserter. That's what we need. Actually, let's just do this. Let's capture the loop here, because this is what we really want to do. So we're just going to do that. Same arguments. It's just going to walk over See, the old name sounded like it was on a singular inserter, but the whole difference between this and this is this applies to all the inserters, right? Okay. Great, and then this we shall also call from here. Dude, if I didn't erroneously type capital letters, I would type so much faster. Okay, so we only yield if this inserter is actually relevant. And that's a totally different function. Hey, everybody. Sometimes we solve problems. Sometimes we solve problems. It's the kind of autocorrection an editor should be able to do easily. I agree. I also would like to train myself not to do it, though, in some way. Okay, so now the question is, though, let's make sure we didn't break anything. And then if we didn't break anything, we could check it in, but then we can also see if it fixes our problem that we were trying to do in the full form in that matrix file, or if there's a new problem. This is really good because, like I said, this is something that's been bothering me in the background for a long time. And I'm glad to have some progress made on it. In fact, that's important enough that, oh, I guess it takes about 30 seconds. Yeah, I was afraid that was infinite looping. All right, I'm going to put in the change log procedures that insert names into namespaces, or not procedures. Language constructs using import, insert, compound declarations. Now have more sophisticated resolution. So that we won't get tripped up in fake circular dependencies in ways that we would before. That, sometimes I don't feel like I'm explaining something very well, but let me make some more water. Are there any questions about what we've been doing on a technical level while I sit here and eat my mint and dark chocolate Kit Kats? It sounded like a really hard problem. It was, but I've been thinking about it for a long time, and honestly, well, we might not have solved it that well. We'll see over time. But also, like what I've been doing for the past year and a half has just been restructuring the compiler and revising my mental model of how it should work. And so after you do enough of that, it opens space for making headway on what seemed like harder problems before, you know? That's all. What use case did I have for this feature? It's just a thing that naturally happens when you use a lot of constructs that want to insert names into a namespace. Now, all that said, we have not really eliminated this problem. All we've done is eliminated some instances of the problem that are more spurious, but there's still something inconvenient that can happen. And I'm not sure what the answer to that is long term. So we need to think about that. But you know, in the shorter term, maybe we can just make really good error messages that help people. Let's do a release mode test, just because we ain't done that in a while. Can I show the difference and just give a high-level approach explanation? I mean, I kind of did. When you run insert, does it literally just shove it into the AST, or do you use something more complicated sometime later in the pipeline? How does the insert directive handle closure? There are no closures in this language. If you just mean scopes generally, like what happens is, yeah, it effectively just puts it into the AST in the way that things normally go. I mean, there's a little bit of a mechanism for when things desugar into other expressions, how they get put in. And so we do it just like that. We do it just like if this was a thing that was desugaring. Yeah, I don't know. You know what? Rather than eating more sugar, I'll have some protein. Gonna have some protein, bro, and get all jacked. Have I ever had crunchies? A honeycomb surrounded by chocolate. I have not had that. Sounds good. Okay. So now what file were we even doing? Type parameters, that was it. So I reverted my thing here, but I still have the buffer open. Haha, so we're going to resave it. Yes. Yes, Emacs, yes. Hey, look at that. Look at that. Will you look at that? So that's cool. When's chai time? Maybe eventually. I'm going to have some protein and then... Was that 30% of the byte code just gone? I don't know what you mean. Don't know what you mean. So I want to manually replace this in a couple more instances and then make sure it works. And then we'll do the thing where we program the warning for people still using the old thing and say, yo, people still using the old thing. Come on, bro, use the new thing. And convert it to the new thing in the parser. And then we'll see if that causes anything to fail, which it probably will, and then we'll have to deal. Lines of code. Compiler output went from 36K to 26K. Running different things. Like, this was the game. That's like an entire order of magnitude. This is a small test, and this is like the game. Yeah. Yeah. It's like Dr. Disrespect. 3 million people in the arena. I can't mention Doc. Well, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. If you wanted to allow someone to write in arbitrary expressions to evaluate over millions of objects, do you think that turning that into machine code in the process would be significantly faster and worth the effort, or just traverse the expression asked to evaluate? This would be for a financial application. The answer is maybe. I would say it depends on how the things are stored in memory and what is the relative speed of memory versus CPU and how complicated is the expression, right? If these are things that you have to pull using a database query individually every time, that's probably way slower than whatever your expression is. If, however, you're able to iterate over them in contiguous memory, then that's probably going to help. Okay. So this is good. Probably other examples of this in this file are going to be the same. Basically, so we like output this type C. I can actually do this. Should be able to do this. Right? Let's see that. Yep. I don't understand. Can't we just do this? I guess so. Hold on. Those are wrong. Wait, matrix add. Why are we making... Oh, because it's sparse matrices. Sparse matrices. So these are the same. Generate these masks, and we generate and then this part can just go down here. So this code right here is just generating component-wise adds for all these matrix elements that are in one or the other of these. These are like sparse matrices, right? I did a YouTube video where we talked about this for like an hour, so I don't want to go too much into it, but... Okay. So I think that's all I want to do for now, because I don't want to manually convert all of these yet. Let's find another program that maybe uses this in a different way. Poly. I don't know if that's different enough. Length computes the length of a vector. Let's see. So here we're just generating, like, this vector is sparse, or not exactly sparse, but it might have x, y, z, or w component. Actually, it always has x. So I guess this is just for 1, 2, 3, or 4D vectors, right? And we take any of those. So we generate a square root expression that adds together whatever components this vector has and returns it. So we just want to do this, I guess. So that's fine. Semicolon expected after. Oh, right, because this whole thing. Shoot. This is mildly less convenient, that we kind of need to put this in a separate function for now, but it's worth it, and we'll find a way to do that more conveniently later. Not all control paths return a value. Oh, because it doesn't handle insert directives correctly, because that's on my to-do list. It doesn't look inside. Returns on all paths. We have to do that. Let's do that, and then we'll check that in. So here, expression returns on all paths has a thing for run and insert right here. And we just made it not be a run and insert. Now it's just a directive insert. So we just want to know, does the expression return on all paths? Okay, just like that. Hopefully that solves the... Wow, guys, I have a serious caffeine buzz from this tea. Oh my God. There we go. Whoops. Where did it... Oh. The if has field stuff looks suspiciously like weird JavaScript BS. Well, if you don't want to do runtime introspection, don't do it. Okay. Let's run a release mode test on everything again. I don't think we should have messed anything up, but caution is warranted. Whoops, not G. Run the game. Don't hate the player, well, actually, don't hate the game either. It's a good game. Wow. Protein plus some caffeine is really buzzful. You don't understand a single thing I am doing, neither do I. Don't worry about it. Neither do I. We do that, and then oh yeah. That. We could take that out of the to-do, right? Or did I delete it already? I did. Okay, great. 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 Okay. So good, everybody. Bulletproof coffee. I don't want to mess with that bulletproof coffee stuff. Do you have to know compiler theory to understand anything? I don't understand why people use the phrase whatever theory for things. Like, it doesn't seem like most of these topics deserve being called whatever theory. You know? It's just weird. I don't know. It's like a way of making things seem like really big, complicated ideas when they're not that complicated. If statement theory. You're having this problem where if you make levels that are artistically good, the design tends to be bad, or if you focus on the design, the art tends to be bad. Is this a common problem? In the beginning, yes. It takes a while to understand how to do both. Well, it doesn't have to take a while, but you need to understand that doing both is an interesting problem, right? And you need to attack it that way. But since you've noticed that this is a thing, you're in the right place to do that. So that's good. And sometimes it's just about having priorities, right? Like, for me, like, look, the design has to be as good as possible, right? So if the art has to be 10% worse, that's the choice that we make. Now, the art still shouldn't be bad, right? You should be able to do good art, but you're not optimizing for art, right? Semicolon theory. That's a good name for a stream title sometime. Semicolon theory. You guess you'll get to work then? I mean, it's a good place to be when you realize Like that's where you level up, right? Is when you see the exact nature of a problem clearly that was something that you weren't effectively grappling with before, and you're like, okay, let me just see what I can do about this. That's where you change what you're doing to be, broadly speaking, more effective. I have fingerprints all over my glasses. Okay. Here we go, though. Here's the fun part. All this stuff. I don't know how much of this we're going to do. At some point, I might get tired of programming on stream. But we'll see. Let's go to the parser. Here's where we parse run and insert. And how do I report a warning off a token? Well, we can do it. Can do it here. See, I don't want to do any of this other stuff. So this is, we're going to put in a backward compatibility that hopefully works. Oh, let's just do this. Oh no, we're not going to be able to auto convert very easy. Oh, I guess we can. Ugh. I guess it's fine. I guess we do this. And we're just going to chop out. I don't know. We're just going to do some things. Okay. Okay. So we're actually going to go false true. And we're going to say insert. And then we're going to go insert expression is run, result equals insert, and report warning, insert run and insert has been deprecated and will be removed from the compiler soon. instead use insert run expression. For now, we are converting the run and insert to insert run, but this conversion will be removed before too long. New line. All right. Make an insert, a run. Okay, so now the problem is this back compat thing doesn't do anything. So we're going to do that. And then going to do that. We don't want to set is run and insert on this. I don't feel like this is going to work. This implicit return value thing. Let's try it. Like that could just be inlined anyway. Hopefully. Nope, that is false. False. Okay. Never mind. Okay. So our warning works, but our conversion probably doesn't. So like semicolon expected after expression. How are we not seeing any of these warnings? That was weird. I guess we didn't do this one until later. Okay. Okay, this one didn't generate an error, so that's good. Let me take out the period, because that looks like syntax. For now, we are converting the run insert to insert run, but this conversion will be removed before too long. Okay. Attempt to insert a value that is not a code or a string. That's something with the implicit return value going haywire. We're probably returning void. Let's see. If this is too much of a pain in the butt, I'll just not do the conversion and force people to deal, but okay. Too shy. Okay. I'm just thinking for a minute. I'm just have my mind wandering as I think about what to do next. This is a good time for a little bit of a pause. Like, I'm pretty sure that I know what is happening, but we should just see. Actually, let's just see if one happens in the game. Probably does. Yeah, attempt to insert a value is not a code or a string. So it's probably void because we didn't set things up correctly. Where did I get the lamp that's in the background? That came off Amazon. It's not even the good version of the lamps. I just wanted to see. I didn't want to invest in the awesome one yet, but I should have. Do I still go dancing and get coronavirus from people? No, I don't. I don't lately. Attempt to insert a value that is not a code or a string. Almost can guarantee. Well, it's a type definition. It's void. So, yeah. Yeah. So we did this run, and the run's return value. All right. Okay. Okay, so it is a run, right? We're just verifying that. It's not flagged run and insert. It should maybe be set to implicit return value. 64 plus 4 plus 2 has implicit return value. It is flagged as that. What line is this? Line 21. Well, let's see what the return type is. Oh, you know what? Like, we're not creating a call that invokes this. So like, why is... I guess we already do that. Like if you have a run directive, yeah. Okay, so let's just see. The returns block has one member. It's a declaration, of course. Its inferred type is whatever this is, which is not void. Let's see. It is a number flag. Oh, wait, it is. Oh, it's a type. No. This is very strange. Probably not actually strange. Wait, what? I was looking at the wrong thing. So the type of the return value has one blah, 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 8. 8 is type leaf, all right. Is a string. That makes sense. 5 zeros after that. 5 zeros. So it's a string, right? So this is type def string, which, that's what we're trying to do. 489 DC10, 489 DC10. So now the problem is, how did we return void from that when the return type is string? Right, I was getting confused by these return types, but it's the string here. All right. So like we're always returning a string. So how is it well, we can debug that. That might not even be a problem with what we're doing here. It might be something more basic in some way. Anyway, so this runs return value. Right? Okay, so this is a directive run. Return value is this, right? So that's type def void, right? 690. 690. So why are we saying that that's the return value? So let's just break where we set that. Here we go. Just make sure we catch that. I don't feel like this is going to be that useful of a place to catch it, but we'll see. Wow, I've got a caffeine headache, everybody. We're just waiting. Ah, there we go. Okay. So pick up directives. Not really, like I said, not really the right place, probably. Get single. Let's put it here, actually. Still probably not that useful, but closer to useful. Closer to useful. All right. Wait, we didn't get to our breakpoint. Because we got a different one. All right. All right, everybody, hold on. Let's just see if we can repro this in a simpler place. Okay. That didn't actually generate an error. Oh, but we never call it. There we go. This is a much simpler repro. Where probably it's the only run directive, but anyway. So now we're going to do this again, but this will just be more ergonomic. I'm getting hungry. It might be chai time eventually. Okay. Insert expression should be a run directive. Yep. What's the S? It's this. So now we're going to break on that S. And that should not... Let's get rid of that breakpoint. Let's get rid of this breakpoint, right? Well, that's a long solved problem. So now this might be, though, it might be that we get down here from a different place. That. Or not. Okay. Okay, we have this thing. So it was already void before we got here. Where does that come from? That comes from continue bytecode. What? Okay. Oh, because there's no stalled, right? Whoopsie. Run it again. Run it back. All right. So we're going to just break when this gets set. Like that. Bam. Bammo. Void. Look, we're explicitly setting it. This is basically a dummy value, but we are returning non-null to inform the caller that we succeeded. What? Reg less than 0. If it has an implicit return value, we check register for last statement value. How is that happening? How are we getting -1 from this Tingtangler? Okay, I see. I get it. I think we actually don't want to say, okay, so implicit return value actually means that you don't say return. Okay. Let's see. So let's just try not setting that. Still same. Same. You know what? I'm just going to break this for our beta users. Because it's enough plumbing to add this compatibility, and the plumbing might break something else. So like I tried for like 45 minutes or whatever, and I'm just like, you know what? Meh. Not that many people use run and insert probably. Yeah, poor beta users. I mean, I tried, you know. I did my best. It's just I don't want to, like, it's at this point it's a choice between doing some relatively difficult and annoying debugging to make this work right. It might only be 10 more minutes, but like I've burned enough time on it that it's like, look, this is time that could be spent making the compiler better in other ways, fixing people's bugs and stuff like that. So I'm just going to do this and we'll see how it goes. Like if this was a much more commonly used feature, then I feel like I'd be less likely to break it. But I feel like only 2 or 3 of the beta testers are even using this right now. And, you know, we're giving them better functionality in the end. So I am getting hungry again, though. You know what? Let's start the chai machinery. The thing is, now that I have this nice camera set up, it's a lot more annoying to move, so we're probably not going to do a chai cam, which may make the chai much less exciting. we can put it back here so that you can see that it's happening. Can I connect the other webcam as Chai Cam? Yeah, I could, but I'd rather have Chai than do that. You know what I mean? Although, on the other hand, that is where people get a large part of their entertainment value from this channel from, isn't it? Let me see if I can find the webcam, we'll do it. Look, I found the webcam. All right, we're gonna do the webcam. This is my level of dedication to the people. The problem is, where can I plug in the Chai and all these things? All right. So we're going to add video capture device, Chai Cam. Chai Cam is go. Look at this. We are a very advanced stream. Okay, so now we need to figure out where the Chai is going to go. Like maybe here. And we'll duct tape this to the thinger again. Now the problem is, I do not really have an electrical extension cord. To spare. So we actually cannot put the Chai Cam in an arbitrary location. So we're going to try putting it here. We're going to duct tape the thingy bopper to a different place. There it is. Like, for example, this monitor arm here that maybe you see. I'm vaguely pointing this toward the monitor arm. I'm going to put the monitor arm over the Chai Cam. Going to get a good, high quality downward view. Wow, I almost don't even have to tape it. Probably see some amazing computer equipment just sitting on the floor there. I don't know if you can see. Let's see. Oh yeah, okay. No, this is good. This is good. Actually, see this power outlet here? This is a feature of this desk that I do not commonly use. If I have a little pronger, I'll go check my power cables. If I have a thing that'll power this from the bottom, which I should, then we can have a dedicated Chai plug. You know what I mean? Okay, it's looking good. Uh-oh, nope, wrong kind. Hold on. Tried to use a 2-pronger for the dedicated chai plug, but we all know you need a 3-pronger. Dedicated chai plug is go. We're going to have to clean up all the cables at some point. But for now, all right. So milk it up. Spilled a little milk, don't cry over that. And for old time's sake, we of course need audio to go with this for us to start it up, right? All right. How's our desktop audio? How's that, everybody? I can't actually hear this, so I don't know if it's a good mix of the song. I wish I could hear this. I need to create a chai emote. Maybe so. Maybe so. What's in the bottle? Which chai juice do we have this time? Well, you'll see. You know, since that camera is on a monitor arm, I could have a separate chai table that I do all. Actually, that's what we're gonna do. Here's the thing. We're gonna, you know how I usually do 2 bursts? We're almost done with the first warm up. I'm gonna move this table that so far has just been my book stacking table. It's a table that I really like and it's just covered with books. It's gonna become the chai table right now on the stream. Back in a minute. Had a slight emergency. The monitor arm is too tight and I tried to move it and it started yanking the monitor arm off the desk. We will handle this. Let me unplug the camera for a second. We're going to leave Chai for a second. Bring feedback. Isn't that better? I mean, minus all the electronics on the ground. Is it better? Okay, that's the end of round 1. Like the camera angle is a little bit like. Let's see. Okay. Round 2. I might have put a little too much chartreuse in there. One more pump. No, this 2 pumps is good. I know how I like it. I can smell the chartreuse. It's intense. This milk is not as frothy as our usual milk. Whoa, that's intense. It's really good though. Chai juice brand name, it is Maya Chai. I tell you people, it's been too long since we made the chai. It's time to work on the chai emote. Maybe. I want to get this done though. I want to get this thing done. You know, last time we made chartreuse, I didn't put that much chartreuse in there. So it was more like a mildly suggestive flavor. This time it's quite strong and I really like it. It's like even better. Oh man. Oh man. Why would I ever go to a coffee shop and get their chai when mine is so much better? Doesn't even make sense. Okay. But you don't have an espresso machine? I don't either. I just have a chai juice machine. You don't need an espresso machine. Everyone knows that coffee shop in Amsterdam is a euphemism anyway. That's great. Okay, we're gonna leave the warning, but it's an error now. Actually, let's just make this. And returns the string, and I realize that let's take down the ChaiCam now, since it's probably covering up some of the text. Whoops, that's not the right one. ChaiCam. There we go. You're enjoying the Chai camera, but it just reminds you of the Chai that you cannot have. But Yogi Bear is named after yoga. Yogi Bear, the cartoon character, is named after Yogi Berra, the sports commentator. And Yogi Berra, the sports commentator, was called Yogi because he would say these pseudo-wise things. Do you kids not even know this? Do you guys not know where Yogi Bear comes from? Yogi Bear is like 100 years old. You thought it was the other way around? I don't think it is. Maybe it is. You can fact check me on that. Okay. The chai is so good. Wow, we definitely have to put more chartreuse in the chartreuse. Berra sued Hanna-Barbera for defamation, but their management claimed the similarity of the names was just a coincidence. Yep, just a coincidence. Nothing to do with it at all. For now, just factor what is in the brackets out to a function that returns the string. Okay. Okay, so now I have to go through all our code and make it frickin' work. Let's start here. Can I do that? I think so. Let's just do that with debug compiler. Of course, these are all errors now, so we're gonna have to fix them all. Resource config. Okay. Okay. Like that. It's clearer what's going on as well. I actually wonder. Okay, command line. Gonna do that. Uh-oh, waiting on unfinished inserters. Whoopsie. Oh boy. I'm not sure why that was still there. Looks like we're going to do the full video game. I think I didn't pass t to the function. You don't need to. It's a constant. It's a constant, so you can just look up the scope and see where it is. Okay. Whoops. Okay. So the game builds. That's great. The tests are not all going to work. Or we can go hit them now too. Really? This might cause us an inserter problem. I feel like we still haven't totally fixed that. I'll leave that. Okay, type parameters still, obviously. Actually, honestly, this doesn't need to be a string. Okay. Anyway. I also feel like if we're going to tell you it's the wrong type, we should say what it is. Oh, but it's not exactly... All right, we're still running. We can't... Wow, I was expecting we would have failed by now. The function was out of the T-scope before you made it an arrow. Oh, that probably is it. You are probably correct. So it was probably trying to look up that identifier and it couldn't. And in this case of waiting on other inserters, our error messages are not necessarily that good yet. Yeah, that's probably the right explanation, honestly. We can do that. I have on my notes to go back and look at that, so we can do that. This is just insert, return 1. It's not much of a test right now, but yeah, definitely read If on a Winter's Night a Traveler first before that talk. It's a pretty easy read, honestly. It is not a heavy book. And you may actually find some of the subject matter topical to today as well. Invisible Cities was tough because it's so flat. Yeah, I mean, if you want like a story that compounds on itself, it doesn't exactly have that in that way, but If on a Winter's Night a Traveler does. So that might be more your jam. More your jam. I think he means flat structurally, not flat prose-wise. It is pretty flat structurally, although around the middle, some stuff occurs. Okay. So we're still cranking on the tests here. So is that in a comment? Yeah, that's in a comment. That's fine. Examples. Whew, that's a big one. He's just making a destructor generator. That responds to notes. Oh, and then the how-to, of course. Ha ha. So type parameters, I think that one's in a comment, right? 338, yep. And so I guess it's just the how-to. Yep. So that's trivially fixed, because we just didn't have much of a demo there yet. Okay. Now what? We check this in. But first we check Sokoban in. Come on, bro. Come on. We got to update. We got to update the game. The game. The game. So then after we check this in, we get to delete the old stuff, which is the whole reason we don't want to support it. Of course, if we could support it without any cost, that would be fine. But we actually want to delete the old stuff. Some of it was a little bit gnarly, so I'm glad to be getting rid of it. There's at least an extra whole mutex and communications pipeline that's going to go away. So we managed to implement this functionality in a much simpler way than it was before, and that's great. Okay, recent messages. Bam, do that. No check-in. Oh, yeah. I don't want to not check in yet, but we'll do that next because I'd wanted to play with that. We'll check in the compiler. Okay. Now, before we clean stuff up, let's go back to resource config, see what we can do here. What was I thinking? I was thinking that I kind of want to put the if statement outside this, and it maybe is possible, but I'm honestly not sure. So I just want to try it. If it doesn't work, then I want to come back later. I don't want to delay what we're doing right now, but I want to basically do this. I want to go if key is equal to whatever, down here, right? And then do that. And the reason I'm not sure if this totally works is like, it's a little bit funky the way switch statements are. I know the way they were originally implemented, it wasn't that good, but maybe now it is. So we're just going to get rid of those there and just leave this, right? Anything that's the structure of the function that people could read without having to, parse weird string generation is good. So that's all. Let's try that. Wait, why didn't we check this in? Oh, is that our previous check-in? Did I multi-check? Did I multi-pass? Yes. All right. Multi-pass. Okay. Only case statements can be inside. Let's just try that really fast. What's that error? Only case. Let's just see. Insert. Okay. Directive insert. See what happens. just for giggles. All right, yeah. Doesn't work. However, we should make it work later. So I'm going to revert all this, but I'm going to go into the to-do and say make this in resource config able to use insert inside the if, because that's important. It also doesn't really work on import directives right now for some reason, although maybe we fixed that inadvertently. Okay, so we're going to just revert this for now, because this thing is not really the right way to do it anyway. Going to revert that. Okay, so now we want to actually start removing the cruft from the old thing. So we're going to hope we can get a lot of lines removed. It's usually not that many lines, but we'll see. So we want to remove everything that says is, run, and insert. Is, run, and insert. So this is gone. Directive run no longer has that ability. Block to insert, gone, gone. Gone. Yeah, gone. Gone. Yeah. Actually, that one's a little bit dicey, so let's leave that till the end. Gone. Gone. We're going to remove that eventually. Gone. Gone. Oh. See, you can make mistakes doing this. Bam. Parse run directive has no such thing. Did we leave the back compat? Wow. We're not doing that anymore. Bam. 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 So we want to remove these parameters here as well. Oh, man. Wait, what? Damn it. Let's just save out the rest of the files. And we got a little bit screwed there. We got to do this again. It's fine. Save it. Okay. Be live. Okay, that one's dicey, right? Pump. This is when we set the, yeah. Let's move our breakpoints here. There's no such thing as a run and insert. Gone. 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 Wait. Yeah. Okay. Gone. Oops, gone. Block to insert. Gone. Wait, what? Block to insert. Gone, gone. Uh-oh. All right, this load completed. We're going to delete that separately, but for now we're just going to do this. Boy, we really could have broke some things. Let's just see. That's only one. That's only one. Isn't it fun deleting code? If you do start an OS project, will it be open source? Probably not initially. Like this, it probably would be eventually in the long term. I just don't need the open source annoyance. What was the actual number of source code lines? 51180. So we're going to be able to compare in a minute. Issue load for run and insert. Okay. There is more code that we are going to be able to remove. We've probably removed most of it, but there is more. Let's just see, though, where we're at. 130 lines down. That's pretty good. I mean, we're probably up on net because we probably added a lot more than 130 lines. Not a lot more, but some more. But we also got better, more general functionality. Hey, the game compiled. That's pretty good. All right. So, tests. All right, we're going to do a debug as well, just in case. But then, if that works, we have some more things we can delete. Yeah, there's no functional reason to start open source. I agree. Like, it's not helpful. The game took a long time to start. It always does these days. We're in a transitional, well, this is also debug build. It does a lot more at startup than it used to. And we're loading a relatively intensive level that has like a lot of entities, right? So all this is going to be streamlined as we switch to another graphics API. All right, so let's do the same thing in debug. And the same thing in debug. So that built. Let's run that. An OS would very likely need to be open to the public to survive. I mean, it depends on what your definition of survive is. It depends on what you think it's for as well. If the goal is to be the foundation, then you want to stay off in secret somewhere while Trantor falls apart and preserve technology for future generations. That's a better survival than getting people on Hacker News to use it for a while by making it the wrong thing. I got to reread those books again. All right, I think we did pretty okay so far. So we're going to check this in as phase 1 as soon as this completes. Phase 1 of the removal. OpenMW. What is OpenMW? You have a feeling it wouldn't be a Linux fork. That is correct. It would not be a Linux fork. Open Morrowind? Wow, okay. That doesn't sound like a good idea at all. Okay. Let's remove that. Dope. Since we put a no check in there, we'll just go ahead and do it before we check in. Let's just make sure that things go. That went. Okay, did we really build release? Yeah. No, we didn't. We are not testing what we just built. Bad Yogi Berra. Bad Yogi Berra. All right, now we are. Okay, great. This all seems fine. Do we have any other no check-ins? Yes. Wow, I am just crazy about no check-ins. All right, let's do these. This didn't go off. That's really, I just wanted to keep that to see if it would go off. Okay, this is going to change in a minute anyway. So we're not really going to sweat it. because this can only be an insert, and one of our to-do list items is to clarify that, and we can get rid of some more lines. All right, so let's run like that. Morrowind is a good game on a terribly performing engine that doesn't scale well on modern systems. You can see the reasoning. Well, as long as they don't try to design anything. Okay. Great. So we have one more no check-in. And I think we could just do this. Whoops. And I'm going to do that in debug mode now. Actually, we'll put the no check-in here to remind ourselves to delete this. But we want to run the tests on debug because we've done a few releases in a row. Dope. I think we do need this. Where is this? Oh, this, okay. I am content putting a note here like, okay. It's worth seeing if we can get this out of this loop by putting this logic into run infer. And in fact, we're going to do that on this trip. I just don't want to rat hole our current check-in on that. So we're going to put that on the list. All right, so we did this. I think we, okay. All right, so now we're going to do this, and we're really going to check in if these work. Everyone on the game dev subreddit. We went down even a little more, 51043. We're at 51180, if I remember correctly. And we're going to keep going down. Maybe we can get below 51,000. Maybe. We'll see. I don't know. I don't know if that'll happen. It might. An engine that can take the data files for Morrowind as input on its own. It doesn't do much of anything. Ba-bam, ba-bam. How's the chai? It was quite good. You can look back in the VOD to see how that was. It is gone now. It has been drunken. It has been drunken. All right, great. Finally, we get to do this. Bam. And now we go to our next thing. Load target expression can only be an insert. So this thing, right, is when we're loading a string. Like when you say insert of a string, then we make a load and it runs the parser and all that. So we're going to say asked directive insert target insert. So this is strongly typed. We don't have to check the type, etc. Okay. So everywhere, we're now going to get an error everywhere that we said target expression. This is what's great about strongly typed programming languages, is they tell you what you need to do. Let's get rid of these. Okay. See here, we're checking whether the type is run. Well, that can't happen. And we have needs further handling on our list. So we're just going to delete that. Target insert. That's just a rename. This assertion, none of these lines do anything because we're just making sure it's the right type and it can't be any other type. It's target lambda. Even get used. Target lambda is not a thing. We'll make this the next one. Target lambda used to be for when you load directly into a lambda. That is not a thing anymore, I don't think. We'll double check it, but. So here again, we say if it's target insert, skip equals true, and we don't need this other stuff. And this is the only, this is really the only thing. If not skip, right? So really this is if not load target insert, and we delete these. Okay. That was good. We didn't get that many lines, but about 14. That's pretty good. We're just going to be paranoid and do another debug test. Marching cubes based or cringe. Honestly, I haven't ever used marching cubes, so I don't know what to say. I do think it was pretty weak to get a patent on that because like it is pretty obvious technique, but the patent I believe is expired now. Why use something like not skip? It's because there used to be more than one reason why you would skip. Like that code used to make more sense, and then it keeps evolving out over time, and then it's like, yeah, this doesn't make sense anymore. Okay. Target lambda is not a thing. Interp line 2356. So here's target lambda. Nobody ever sets it, and then we if it. Lol. So we're going to check this in as soon as this is done, and then we will remove that. I kind of want another tea, but man, so much caffeine. So much caffeine. Well, that passed. Phase 2. Boom. Okay, now target lambda is not a thing. I mean, that looks like a lot, but a lot of it was a comment, so that's like only 3 or 4 lines. But I'm glad to get rid of anything like that. And then that needs further handling. Right? So then we get rid of that array. This is one of the pieces of global plumbing that was scary. It's like, you know, it's an array guarded by a mutex that 2 different threads use to communicate just for this purpose of doing this one thing. And I was like, oh, I wish it was simpler. And now it is simpler. We didn't need to do any of that at all. And then, so this assigns load completed, and I believe that's the only thing that assigns load completed. Right? So if we go into pump, and we look for load completed, that's null, and then we check it here, so that really can't be set, and that's it. Bam. Simpler. And this is good because this is our main event service loop where we decide what to do with all the threads and all the crazy stuff that's happening. We want that to be as simple as possible. I think we already got that. Yeah. Directive insert is okay, that's the new one, but issue load for run and insert is the old one. And then this one we did. Actually, wait, am I confusing this with this? Maybe not. All right. Let's do a release test. This appears to have been deleted anyway. We did remove that. See, we're getting through it. We're getting through it. We can just call this the main thing we're doing. We don't need to categorize it, removal, and cleanup anymore. All right. Running the tests, running the game build, and running the game, and doing the things. I wonder if that launcher got deployed. No, I don't think we ever used it. Like I had sort of wanted to use it, but nah. We might still someday. Is the lecture from Monday going to be coming out on YouTube? Yeah, I'm hoping to do the edit tonight after I hang up on all you people, and then it should be up tomorrow. How's the DirectX backend going? I have been told that it's going pretty well. You know what? As a hilarious intermission, let's see what happens. So I believe, oh, sorry, wrong thing. So we had this variable enable OpenGL, right? He might not have. Maybe I just turned that off. Let's see. There we go. We're going to not enable OpenGL. Game compiled faster. You'll have noticed. We're probably, okay, here we go. Here we go. So it is not totally done, but this is running in DirectX 12 very slowly, you'll note. Actually, okay, well, that level crashed it. Let's at least do, let's do a release build. We'll have fun with it. Why the change of backend? Because OpenGL is not a production quality graphics API. So, you know, still not fast because we're just rendering so many things. But this is pretty good. We have our newest programmer at the company has been doing this relatively unsupervised. All right. Switching levels doesn't like that, but let's just try. Is D3D12 harder to get into than D3D11? Probably. I do not have any experience in either directly, so I solved the level. Yeah, it just doesn't boot up on a second level very well. There you go, though. DirectX 12. Yeah, we throw people into the deep end sometimes. Okay. I wonder what that was about. Is that gone? Unify typer.cpp. Yeah, there is no stuff above now. This was old. That was old. Okay, we could fix this. this thing here. We want to be consistent about where scope variables like this get set. You don't want it to be confusing. All right, so let's just say we did this and we're taking care of this one now. Expression has gone live. Call it common go lives. So does this call common go lives as well? Yes. So this part here, like actually all this, honestly, I think. Actually all this. That could be a horrible disaster. Or not. Look, that was so good we fixed the graphics. Direct3D 12 is done now. Okay. This can go. And then, so like, that's duplicate. We have that there. I think we're going to stop soon because I could use a break, and maybe I'll go work on that video. I'll take a break and watch some streamers first. I think we at least look at these top three and leave this for later because this is like various issues that you know. Okay. Okay, that's gone. Why doesn't compound, it's supposed to say compound declaration, just do this in flatten? Except we don't set enclosing scope on the thing we push and flatten. We literally don't do it anymore. Right, we call these, yeah, this was written, cut and paste from iterative imperative. It's not a cut and paste from anything below. Because, yeah. Nope, that's literally the only time we do this now. Oh wait, except here. Okay. This one, because I'm a little bit brain tired right now, this one we're going to handle later, but it looks to me like some more of this should be factored together. Like this code that we did recently of this plus this, actually. We're going to see if we can factor these together later when I'm fresh and spry. There are two separate things here that we want to try to combine. There we go. So we're going to say that is a thing, and then that is a thing. Guys, I just broke something real bad. What did I just do? I wanted to sign off soon. But what did I just do? Attempt to use an... Oh. This thing in BeLive. See, when I deleted this right here, we can't delete this because this has to be present, because it's present here is what's telling us that it's legal. So if I delete this, then we're okay. See, I told you. It's fine. It's fine. Make it somebody else's problem. That doesn't work when, like, you pay for the software company. It's still your problem. Okay. I don't think we got under the next 100. Let's see though. Close. We may be able to get down if I refactor those other things together that I was just talking about. But that was 170 lines down, and I'm sure there's more like random stuff that could be deleted that was related to this. I'm sure we didn't get it all. All right. Thank you, people, for coming by. Let's go see if there's someone from science and technology. Is there someone out there doing science and technology? Our Chicken Life is the top channel. Dash Ducks. Wow, not... Oh, wait, sorry, I wasn't on the channel. Vim Tutor Speedrun with like anime girls, elves in close physical contact is the dude's desktop background. That doesn't seem like the right thing. Retro graphics in Python. Go and maybe 6502 assembly, fixing my tools because I broke them. There's a lot of ducks. There's a lot of ducks. You know what? Let's do discrete mathematics set theory. It's not programming, but it could be fun. Ready? See you all later. We all could use some set theory.